If required, that we need to respond to any emergencies while the event is ongoing. Keeping in mind your safety is our first priority, and we have submitted and drafted a detailed security and safety plan for the well-being of everyone attending this event. In the event of an emergency, the following will be implemented. Myself and the security officers deployed around the venue will be the first point of contact. Any incidents, emergencies that you may experience or observe, please report to any one of us so that we can start acting immediately. The emergency routes, I have to my right, your left. Next to the stage, we have one, and then in the middle of the room, to my right, your left, there's another one. On the left-hand side, my left-hand side is the same, your right-hand side. We have one directly next to the stage, and we have another one to your left in the middle of this venue. Should we have to evacuate, the security officers will guide you to the relevant areas and doors to be used. Alternatively, we can also use the main door where you came in from. In case of fire emergencies, trained people will operate the fire extinguishers to make sure that there's no incidents and or injuries that occurs. As I mentioned, security officers are deployed at all entrance areas to monitor, and they will also act upon any observation of any incident. We do have a medical services supplier on standby. Should there be any serious medical conditions, please report to us so that we can engage with them. Thank you very much. Enjoy your event. Be safe.
Thank you very much, Yaku. We are now aware of what's where. May I ask that we observe a moment of silence or meditation, some call it, or silent prayer. Shall we do that now, please? Thank you. Morena boloka setjhaba sa heso, o fedise dintwa le matshwenyeho, o se boloke. Lord bless Africa, may your glory be lifted high. Hear our petitions. Lord bless us, your children. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for attending today's event. I see some people are still coming in, but we should be going ahead. A very good morning and welcome to the biennial Northwest University Research and Innovation Week. This year's edition is themed Transdisciplinary and Transformative Research, Building Sustainable Futures. I acknowledge the presence of the leaders from various sectors, including the Northwest University, and the leadership of Prof. Mzubanzi Bismarck Tobeka. My name is Ngwaku Clement Manoko, and I'm the Executive Director responsible for Corporate Relations and Marketing in the Northwest University. The Northwest University is an important role player in the national system of innovation. The system of innovation is important as it is tasked with ensuring that the research and development strategy of our country is advanced. And of course, it comes out of a realization that no country can develop and grow without taking research and in development seriously. I know as universities, sometimes we project or adopt a posture that seems to suggest that we are in competition, but the national system of innovation calls upon us to work as a collective in finding sustainable solutions for our country, come up with new products and innovative ideas that can advance our country and indeed our continent and the world. That is why working together, firstly as the researchers and academics within the Northwest University, working with other academics, researchers from other universities and science councils, and other colleagues and counterparts in other countries and the globe. So, we have to work together from various sectors and disciplines, hence transdisciplinary research, the theme today. We do not have Wi-Fi here today, and that is probably because our researchers are still concocting something alternative to Wi-Fi. So we will use alternatives until then, but we will soldier on. I am going to ask the Deputy Vice Chancellor responsible for research, innovation, community engagement, and postgraduate studies at the Northwest University, Prof. Jeffrey Mpatlele, to welcome us and open this session. Prof. Jeff, please.
Thank you, Program Director, Mr. Clement Manoko. You are always a force to reckon with. Thank you for kind words of introductions. Esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Dumela. Good morning and welcome to the Northwest University gathering. So I hope you feel welcomed. Le amogela madume at Northwest University. It is with distinct honor and gratitude to extend a warm welcome to all of you for joining the celebration of the Northwest University Research and Innovation Week. I am pleased to extend a special welcome to the following dignitaries and honored guests: our Principal and Vice Chancellor, Professor Zubanzi Bismarck Jobeka, who will deliver a keynote and opening address. Also, members of the Northwest University Senior Management Committee, distinguished guests and representatives of government, academia, science councils, public and private entities, as well as the industry. Perhaps it's fitting just to mention some of them. We would like to recognize Dr. Robert Nguna, who is the Director General from the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation in the Presidency. So he's not just our guest today. He's also our extraordinary professor at Northwest University. Also to recognize Dr. Ntabisin Taule Njimba, who is the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research, Partnerships, and Innovation from University of Fort Hare. I nearly said Northwest. Who traveled the whole day to join us this morning. So she told me that she was on the road the whole day. So we appreciate that. Dr. Peggy Oti Boateng from African Academy of Sciences, that is located in Kenya. Prof. Alina Sorobie from Human Resource Development in Botswana. Dr. Rita Mata, who has joined us online from Fundamentalist Science in Portugal. Prof. Miriam Igo Izipe, apologize if I'm butchering the name, from University of Lagos, Nigeria, who's also joining us online. Prof. Martha Kenny from San Francisco State University in the USA. Prof. Emilio Tostao from Eduardo Mondlane University in Mozambique. Dr. Palesa Mutapo, Nelson Mandela University, and representatives from various embassies. So, as I said, we like to recognize all of these important people who sacrifice their time to join us this morning. But I must also recognize all eminent personalities who are in our midst this morning. Expert panelists, as you have seen on the program, that we have got a number of panel programs that will entertain us throughout the day. Faculty staff and postgraduate students, including those who will be participating in the Y20 gathering tomorrow. Sponsors, media houses, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I hope all of you feel welcomed, even those who I did not mention by names. I hope I mentioned members of senior management committee, because I see a number of executive deans who are here, and also the chief directors. So you are all welcome, colleagues. So briefly, I think we know the purpose of this gathering, but I must say that Northwest University is privileged to host you at this important gathering. It is an occasion to commemorate the R&I Week. The R&I Week is a biennial institutional flagship program which is spearheaded by the Department of Research and Postgraduate Support in collaboration with other departments or support departments and all faculties of Northwest University. Ladies and gentlemen, the way universities generate new knowledge is not static. Knowledge generation goes through a cycle of invention and reinvention. This is the reason this year's theme was carefully and intentionally chosen, amongst others, to emphasize the direction of our R&I as well as community engagement activities. The theme, Transdisciplinary and Transformative Research, Building Sustainable Futures, is timely and much needed. The Northwest University is on the trajectory of reinforcing collaboration and partnerships in all forms and shapes. Whether you call this inter or multi or transdisciplinary, the most important thing is that we are talking about collaboration and partnerships. So the theme highlights the value and spirit of these concepts within and across faculties within the Northwest University, as well as outside our institution. All institutions continuously grapple on how to deepen collaboration and partnerships with the right collaborators and partners, because this is extremely important. Also, to say institutions grapple on how to demonstrate impact of R&I beyond just publication of articles, how to prioritize relevant inter and cross-disciplinary areas without neglecting other areas of research, learning, and community engagement. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is through inter, multi, and transdisciplinary R&I that an institution like Northwest University is able to conduct quality and impactful outputs, to harness the collective wisdom of the academic team, to nurture well-rounded scholars, to embrace diversity of people and ideas, to sustain the core business of the academia. For example, we know very well that funding for R&I is not only following networks, but is also following partnerships and collaborations, which are generating impactful outputs. Finally, it is important to mention that inter, multi, and transdisciplinary R&I are critical for expanding international footprint of any institution. And I like to believe, and I'm sure you'll share this with me, that this is an excellent recipe and success factor for realizing internationalization, improved global rankings, and competitive global impact. So I invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the coming days as we engage and share our minds and thoughts, which will be guided by the theme Transdisciplinary and Transformative Research, Building Sustainable Futures. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Jeffrey. You are most welcome, everyone. The Northwest University strategy has priorities that are aimed at contributing to the topic at hand today. Those priorities are talking about growth, impact, internationalization, diversity, partnerships, and operational excellence. Now, with regard to impact, the question can be asked, the research units that we so glowingly talk about oftentimes, what impact do they have to me as Brajo living in Khaka Street? Yes, we have researchers, and we even give out recognition or awards. So what is this research about if we can't have Wi-Fi or alternative here? There is a water problem, not only in South Africa, but in the whole of SADC and other parts of the continent and the world. Where are our researchers? I'm not asking these questions for answers. I'm asking these questions because I know that researchers are hard at work seeking solutions, and indeed some solutions have been deployed, but You'll agree that these are moving targets sometimes. Some are man-made problems, some are natural. We must always keep up. But as we research, publish, we must always have this in mind. How are the people on the ground going to benefit? And it is in the answers to those questions, that researchers must consider the value chain. There are people who are at the forefront who can say, well, actually, as people on the ground, this may not work. So everyone becomes important in this ecosystem. That is why the Northwest University has committed itself to finding new solutions to benefit society and remain relevant. And through the leadership of our Vice Chancellor and Council, efforts are made to achieve that. Our Vice Chancellor is the alumnus of the university on this particular campus in Mahikeng, where he got his MSc, Applied Radiation Science in Technology. Went on to Penn State University in the US, where he got his Master of Science in Nuclear Engineering. And that wasn't enough. Another Master's of Science in Management, that is Project Management at Colorado Technical University. And of course, the next step at Penn State University, a PhD, Nuclear Engineering, and various programs, leadership programs from University of Cape Town, Harvard University, and so on and so forth, to echo the relevance of the university and of course impact. He participates in an advisory role in various organizations internationally and in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Principal and Vice Chancellor of the Northwest University, Prof. Mzumbanzi Bismarck Chobeka.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director. Thank you for the very kind introduction. Professor Jeff Mphahlele, the DVC, has already gone through the elaborate process of acknowledging everyone that is here, or at least almost everyone. Therefore, to save time, since we started a bit late, I shall stand on the protocol he has observed. The 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon, once said, ours can be the first generation to end poverty and the last generation to address climate change before it is too late. Reflecting on the Millennium Development Goals and looking ahead to the next 15 years, there is no question that we can deliver on our shared responsibility to put an end to poverty, leave no one behind, and create a world of dignity for all. Close quote. Colleagues, friends, students, these words are a clarion call that demands from us a rare combination of intellectual courage, moral conviction, and sustained action. We are reminded that the decisions we make regarding the type of research we prioritize will either be the turning point towards a more sustainable and equitable world or a missed opportunity by which history will judge us harshly. As the University World News recently reported, universities have made a laudable stride in addressing sustainability in their research agendas. But too much of this work still resides on the periphery of institutional strategies. Therefore, this week should mark a decisive point of convergence where world-class research is intentionally channeled towards shaping a more just, resilient, and sustainable society. We convene at a time shaped by a confluence of daunting challenges and unprecedented possibilities. The South African Science, Technology and Innovation Indicators Report shows that our gross domestic product, domestic expenditure on research and development, the GERD, is still marginally below 1% of the national GDP. This is a reality that demands commitment and a strategic investment. Of course, this is far below the OECD countries' average of over 2%. It is important to note that this is not simply a matter of percentages, but that of our national competitiveness and our future prosperity. All of us must be aware of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and the crucial role that the higher education sector has in co-creating knowledge and innovation that allows progress in all the 17 SDGs. In the period 2022, higher education institutions conducted 11% of all research and development in South Africa, 11%. The business sector, 56%. Government, 24%. And the remaining 9% to private non-profit sector. The OECD has consistently emphasized that sustained public investment in research and development is not a discretionary expenditure, but an essential driver of innovation, productivity, and long-term economic resilience. Without such support, the capacity of nations to generate cutting-edge knowledge and translate it into commercially viable solutions to address complex societal challenges is severely diminished. According to the World Bank's report, Africa Higher Education Centers of Excellence, Africa's Contribution to Global Research and Innovation 2025, the Africa Higher Education Centers of Excellence initiative stands as one of the compelling demonstrations of what strategic, well-coordinated collaborations / partnerships can achieve. Since its inception in 2014, this initiative has trained over 90,000 students, including 7,650 PhDs, 30,200 master's graduates, and produced more than 10,350 peer-reviewed publications, which leveraged close to 183 million US dollars in additional funding. What is also worth noting is that the female enrollment has reached nearly 32% in these initiatives, in disciplines where women have historically been underrepresented, signaling a tangible shift towards greater gender inclusivity in advanced scholarship. These figures, colleagues, are compelling evidence that strategic cross-border collaboration delivers tangible results, and we must pursue it with even greater intent. For the Northwest University, this means that every MOU that we sign must translate into measurable impact. Joint degrees, co-authored research, shared infrastructure, and reciprocal capacity building, to name but a few. Internationalization at Northwest University is not incidental. It has emerged as one of our foremost strategic priorities. We engage deliberately with partners, institutions all over the world, including but not limited to Europe, Asia, North and South America, and across the African continent. A week ago, we were in Botswana, where we met several stakeholders in the higher education sector and government to strengthen our relationships and embark on multidisciplinary work that can benefit all involved stakeholders, as well as the Southern African development community in general. Our objective is to ensure that our scholars are not merely participants, but active contributors to the global knowledge economy, whether in climate adaptation, renewable energy, One Health, a collaborative, multi-sectoral and multidisciplinary approach, or social cohesion. We are committed to bringing African insight to bear on global challenges, while of course at the same time harnessing global expertise to address African priorities. While the global stage inspires us, our immediate responsibility is to South Africa and Africa. Our research must therefore address all glaring challenges, such as the structural inequality, unemployment and skills gaps, energy and food security, and climate resilience, to mention but a few. Global partnerships can help us secure funding, increase our research visibility, and inform public policy with world-class evidence. We call upon our government representatives, members of the diplomatic corps, industry leaders, and all partners present here today to stand with us in realizing this shared vision. Allow me to offer a perspective on our current state of affairs at the Northwest University. We are building from a position of undeniable strength. Our student body now exceeds 58,000, of which 12% are postgraduates. We have deliberately set an ambitious target to raise this proportion to 20% or more, a benchmark benefiting a research-intensive and indeed a benchmark befitting a research-intensive and indeed a traditional university. Our latest integrated annual report reflects that we host 1,023 international students from 50 countries, including 381 postgraduates, of which 176 are doctoral candidates. We recognize that this profile must continue to improve, and I am confident that our colleagues are working with diligence and determination to achieve this. Our weighed research output units have increased by an impressive 279% since 2004, while the number of our NRF-rated researchers has grown by 283% over the same period. Peer-reviewed publications led by Northwest University affiliated senior or first authors now stands at 63%, comfortably surpassing our target of 53%. These, ladies and gentlemen, are significant milestones, but they are also stepping stones. As we chart our course forward, several imperatives will shape our pursuit of excellence. First, we must amplify transdisciplinarity by dismantling entrenched silos between faculties and fostering robust cross-disciplinary collaboration capable of tackling society's most complex challenges. Secondly, we must mobilize international funding by positioning the Northwest University and the sector to compete decisively for major opportunities such as Horizon Europe, NRF bilateral grants, and significant philanthropic investment, thereby broadening and deepening our resource base for impactful research. Third, we must accelerate postgraduate support by addressing shortfalls with a deliberate focus on enhancing access and equity for underrepresented groups, ensuring that talent is nurtured wherever it is found. Finally, we must institutionalize science policy engagement by embedding our researchers at the heart of national and regional decision-making, ensuring that the knowledge we generate directly shapes and strengthens public policy for the greater good. Colleagues, distinguished guests and friends, this week must serve as the strategic point for a renewed, reinvigorated, and resolute agenda of the Northwest University and our sister institutions. Our theme, transdisciplinary and transformative research building sustainable futures, cannot be allowed to remain in the realm of rhetoric. It must be embedded as the organizing principle of how we teach, how we conduct research, and how we serve society. In that spirit, I would like to leave you with 5 questions which are not our commitment, which are not just points for discussion, but provocations to prompt our thinking, our dialogue, and our commitment in the days ahead. 1, how can South Africa realistically elevate its GDP expenditure on research and development beyond just 1% of GDP? And what role should universities be playing in championing and directing this investment? Secondly, what new models of transdisciplinary collaboration within Africa and beyond can dismantle entrenched academic silos and produce solutions that are both socially just and globally relevant? Third, how do we ensure that postgraduate growth towards the Northwest University's 20% target translate into measurable societal impact rather than being confined to the attainment of academic credentials? Number 4, in what ways can South Africa and Africa's higher education institutions strategically position themselves as net contributors to global scientific discourse rather than as peripheral participants? Question number 5, how do we design science policy society interfaces that not only inform decision-making, but actively shape sustainable, inclusive future for South Africa, for Africa, and for the world? Lastly, how can we position ourselves to contribute meaningfully and impactfully towards the attainment of the Sustainable development goals. These are questions that must animate our deliberations this week. They are the questions that will test our determination, sharpen our strategy, and if we answer them with courage and conviction, the answers thereof can propel us towards a future in which the Northwest University and our sister institutions, our partners, are recognized as the hope of scholarly excellence and societal impact. Let us remember that the measure of this gathering will not be in the words we utter here, but in the boldness of the actions we take when we leave this convention center. Ke a leboga, ke a bulela, siyabonga. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Principal and Vice Chancellor of the Northwest University. I am told there is a nourishment, body nourishment of some sort ready, coming to the fourth. Sir, madam, are you ready? 1 minute. What does 1 minute mean in research? Does it even matter? It does, right? Lots of experimentation can lead to something in less than a minute. Yes. So they should know that this 1 minute is not just air passing. You know. It is indeed a very important part of our lives. In fact, it will never come back. We will depart. Okay, are we ready? Okay, take it away.
Tumela kana tumediso tumela maAfrika tumela nna ke moseka phofu tumela ntle ke batla mogolo kwane kana ke romile ke monkadi data ke utlwela botlhoko kana ke romile ke monkadi data tumela maAfrika nna ke logile batsadi ba itumetse ke logile basadi ba sa bolaiwe ke re tumela nna ke maAfrika ke moseka phofu wa gabo ganka swalentswe gompone le swalentswe ke shebile matlhogo ke utlwa batsadi ba utlwa ke re yang selelo sa basadi se utlwisa botlhoko tle bannatle go re le ba utlwisa botlhoko le girela ba ratatle kana se ga se le gato kana no montsheditse magadi dumela tumediso ke Botswana tumediso ke Botswana dumela nna ke maAfrika dumela kana se ke utlwa botlhoko ya basadi ba lela ke utlwa dikeledi tsa basadi gore o ne go mo rata motlisa botlhoko could see her tears and crying kana motho ke mosadi gateng ke mosadi kana ke mmela ga setšhaba mmela ga dikutsana dumela maAfrika ke batla go utlwa mogolo kwane gonne ke romilwe ke bonkadi latla ba ka betela dipele ba tla betelela lehatshe dumela botlhoko putso ke bua ka lona ba itse dikwalo kana ke romilwe ke bonkadi latla ba ke dilatlhe ditaola dumela go ga rona kana lona re tshepile ka lona re tla dula ntse re tshepa ka lona kana banna setšhaba sa fela kutlwa botlhoko tsela pelong tsa bone basadi ba lela ba ntse ba lela ba utlwela botlhoko selelo seo sa basadi se kutlwisa botlhoko dumelang kana ba re tumediso ya maAfrika ke tumediso ya nnete gang ke fela nna ke romile ke bone ba robetse bonkadi latla ba re ke dilatla ke utlwela botlhoko ana ke utlwisa botlhoko gonne selelo sa basadi se nkutlwisa botlhoko I could see their tears crying selelo se utlwisa botlhoko banna maAfrika dirang go diragaleng ba etela dipele dirang go diragale gonne basadi ba lela go tle botlhoko e tsena pelong tsa bone I could see their tears crying ba re mosadi tshwara thipa ka bogaleng wana kana o molatlho a re banna ba etsabile kana wena mosadi gareng ga basadi boteng gateng mateng gateng wena o mosadi kana wena ke batla go itse thuto ka wena maritse a thuto maaforika ba swate re tshotlago ya basadi e nkopisa botlhoko selelo seo ga se tswa mathong ke utlwa kutlwe botlhoko ke re I could see their tears crying. I could feel their emotions. Others got molested at young age. They were raped. I could see their tears crying. Emapele. Stop gender-based violence. It's another pandemic. I could see their tears crying. I could see their tears crying.
Your tracks today.
Emapele. Urile wa morata. Tata lerato no go alitse lerato ga nke le ipoka poka lerato la nte ga ke le ipoka mara la ga o le ipoka o montsheditse magadi go mpona mothusa botlhoko ke hey Amapele I should have waited. You told that o morata boteng gateng ke le na ga se lerato tsela khopo ga nke la tsana ge go mpone ke lela ke re tsana ke dikhabi tsa basadi ba lela. I could see their tears. I could feel their pains, their anxiety, crying. Amapele ke leboga ke mosekaphofo ga bagaso lentswe.
Thank you very much. I know some of you may need translation, but I can't translate that. All I can say, there are key words there. Let's say, this is Women's Month. Let's acknowledge that, and Happy Women's Month. Whether it is indeed a Happy Women's Month, it's something else. So the message, there is gender-based violence or violence against women in particular. There is femicide happening. So let's do our part to end it. It's not a translation, but I'm paraphrasing. And I hope he won't be offended. So, next we are going to the plenary session panel. You know yourselves, you are the members of the panel. I'm going to ask the VC and other dignitaries on stage to move to be the audience. Prof. Jeff, Prof. Modise, you are going to take over this part, as far as I know, unless there were changes that have happened, because some people are sleeping somewhere in the world and some are waking up. You'll never know what changes. You are still taking over. Thank you very much. You know your panel members, you will call them, and we will immerse ourselves in the discussion that will ensue hereafter. Prof. Modise, thank you very much. If you have mics, please make them available, because the panelists may need that. Even Prof. Modise, we'll need more than one, certainly. Thank you.
Dumelang, I think the poetry set the tone for today. He greeted us all, and I'm tempted to say all protocol observed, but I'm afraid the people that pay my salary are here. So I have to acknowledge them. The Vice Chancellor, Professor Mzubanzi, Bismarck Chobeka. I recognize you, Professor Jeff Mpatlele, the DVC, and the dignitaries, all of them, including Dr. Nguna, and all protocol observed. Prof. Jeffrey, in his welcome, spoke about multi-trans-interdisciplinary research. However, he left out monodisciplinary. Mono is part of the whole pack, but one thing that is very telling that he also said, he mentioned that these are not mutually exclusive. These are collaborative, so it's a package. So you cannot talk about transdisciplinary without talking about the other ones. So it doesn't mean you exclude them, you say, no, I'm only dealing with transdisciplinary research. The program director, I never know whether to call him program director. Other people call them directors of ceremonies, and I think the old way of calling them was master of ceremonies. So I'm still finding my way. I don't know what to call him, but I think director of ceremonies is probably appropriate because he does, I don't know, 1,000 ceremonies in a year. He mentioned the value chain. That is important. Whatever we do, we're not doing this research for ourselves. How does it translate? How does it assist the societies? How does it assist the communities? So that is very, very important. That is why there is a slide that should be showing up there that talks about transdisciplinary research aims at transgressing boundaries between scientific disciplines as well as between science and practice. The objective is to develop knowledge that can help solve, mitigate, or prevent societal challenges. This means that not only knowledge to understand the problem is produced, but the problem itself is addressed. That is the quote from Swiss Academies of Art and Sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have a number of people who are eminent, who are captains in the industry. We have academics here. In this panel, there are 5 people. We have, I think that will also be shown there. The first one, Dr. Rita Jill Mata, online. Yes, and that is her bio. I'm not going to read it, but just to indicate that she has over 21 years of expertise, and she has secured funding of over 31 million euro in funding. She has fostered collaboration between academics, discipline, and practical applications. She is a certified trainer with over 600 hours of capacity building experience, specializes in funding strategy, research management. Now, the panelists are given 5 minutes to reflect. And the question is, how can we use transdisciplinary research to ensure sustainability of different institutions and or communities? That is the question. I'm happy that the program director actually made mention of the fact that this is a Women's Month. And I'm pleasantly happy that in the panel there are women and eminent women. So I think those who were doing the program were very conscious of the fact that this is a Women's Month. It was going to be very, very disappointing. I think I was going to run away if it was just all men here. So I call upon Rita Jill Mata, the CEO and co-founder of Fundamentally Science, to give us our reflections for 5 minutes on her context and expertise, experience, and thereafter the panels, there will be questions from the floor or comments, and then the last part would be just a wrap-up. So over to you, Dr. Rita.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Just a quick check to make sure that you are hearing me. Thank you, Professor David, for the introduction. And thank you, of course, to Professor Ninesi for the invitation. I am very, very pleased to be here today discussing with you a little bit on my perspectives. So I would like to quickly start with a question. How many of you have got their researchers knocking on your door at the end of a funded project and asking, what now? So research sustainability has a lot to do with funding sustainability, but I believe that the problem with research sustainability is not connected with less ability of the researchers to have incoming funding. We are always asking our researchers to think bigger, to collaborate more, to be more transdisciplinary, to see the broader picture. But, well, I honestly share with you, researchers are doing exactly what they are trained to do. Go deeper, get more precise, discover the unknown in their specific domain. And the real question, I believe, is who is responsible for this macro perspective, for impact? I think that there needs to be someone designing for these long-term pathways that research impact actually requires. And I believe that institutions should have that role. And funding programs, as we have seen, they are increasingly demanding this transdisciplinary approach. And I believe researchers are responding very well, making connections, collaborations across discipline. I think we're seeing more transdisciplinary research than ever before. But I also believe that if we are just focusing on 3-year funded projects, we're asking the researchers to be both microscopes and telescopes. So, for example, we have the same people whose expertise, let's remember that, comes from their ability to focus and to go deeper intensively on a specific problem. And we also ask them, okay, then focus on that. And by the way, design the impact and this 10-year impact that your project is going to have. This needs to be about solid, consistent institutional strategy. Researchers excel at depth, but institutions excel at breadth and at continuity. For most institutions that are managing research, they are focusing on short term, on project by project. So we have, as a result, brilliant micro discoveries but they never aggregate to macro impact. Research impact operates on institutional timescales and not on project timescales. So let me connect to what we're discussing here today. We're talking about transdisciplinary research for building sustainable futures. And the definition that Professor David just read tells us we need to aim at transgressing boundaries. But transgressing boundaries requires the institutional infrastructure to support this transgression. So we need to support them, scale them, make them generate the lasting impact. So we need to make them become systematic. We need to make sure that the knowledge developed at this disciplinary intersections gets preserved, gets built upon, that the connections between science and practice are deliberately designed, sustained, and those societal challenges we're ultimately trying to reply to, that they get addressed through coordinated and long-term institutional commitment. So a framework that transforms institutions into the platforms for transdisciplinarity, rather than collections of individual projects. I think that in terms of sustainability and a sustainable future, transdisciplinary research succeeds when institutions provide the strategic continuity that allows the disciplinary depth to create interdisciplinary breadth over time. And I think I have already filled in my 5 minutes, so just these initial questions. Thank you so much. Back to you, Professor David.
Thank you very much. In fact, I'm impressed you kept your 5 minutes. Colleagues, I think it might be best that we don't go into the questions now. Then we just take the next person so that at the end we have a little bit of time And in that regard, I will call upon Professor Emilio Stostein. I actually asked him how to pronounce his surname. He said that thing on top there is an N or something like that. Stostein from Eduardo Mondlane University in Mozambique. You're welcome.
Good morning. A disclaimer first, I'm a Portuguese speaker, and so apologies if a word comes that you don't understand. Vice Chancellor, DVC, Dr. Ankuna, and my facilitator, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And I salute all the women that are in this room with regard to their month. I would like to express my sincere gratitude and honor to have been invited to this distinguished panel. And I'm very excited about thoughts and experiences that are being shared by the participants. But first and foremost, I would like to briefly introduce my university to you. Just to say that Eduardo Mondlane University is a comprehensive university with 11 faculties, 6 schools, and 8 main research centers. We have about 40,000 students, of which 10% are master's and doctoral students. We also have about 1,700 faculty members, which are supported, and researchers, which are supported by 3,000 support staff. Now that I briefly introduced my university to you, allow me to say that as I reflected on the team for this panel, I realized that I have more questions than answers. I realize perhaps it's linked to what I do as a director of research. So allow me to share my concerns and my questions. I heard Dr. Rita mentioning about who is responsible, that researchers doing their job. So who is bringing the breath to the depth of researchers? So I think that universities must go beyond their traditional roles as producers of knowledge and become true partners, as the DVC mentioned here, the Vice Chancellor mentioned here, and create sustainable institutions and communities they serve. Allow me then to say and question some of the structures, policies, and cultures that universities have, and allow me to consider those in bringing the questions that I think perhaps they might find the answer during the week here. The first thing that I think is important for us to be answering is about the culture of collaboration between different departments and across universities. How do we collaborate to facilitate sharing of infrastructure, networking, exchange of ideas, and development of joint projects? How do we evaluate ourselves? Should we continue to recognize the perish or publish? Or should we adjust our evaluation criteria to recognize and reward transdisciplinary work? Should universities focus on departments and disciplines as traditional university, or should we reflect on, as I heard the Vice Chancellor mention here, research centers? Should we really invest more on this purposefully to promote transdisciplinary research or not? The funding mechanism has been referred before here. The funding mechanisms that are there really don't encourage continuity, as Dr. Rita said. So what can we do about it? Are the funding mechanisms, both internal and external, adequate to encourage this transdisciplinarity? Are we really ready to embark on this challenging journey to bring together not only different disciplines, but also the community that we are supposed to serve or not? The Vice Chancellor went even far. He spoke about horizon calls and all these things. But what about even local grants? What about funding schemes within our universities? Are those really designed to encourage transdisciplinary research and sustainability? Again, looking at the university system, how about our curriculums? Our curriculums really reflecting some degree of transdisciplinarity, because we cannot ask researchers that are not trained as such to in the hand produce a product that they have not even experimented when being trained. So should our curricula be reformed to integrate transdisciplinary thinking and expose both graduate and undergraduate students to a wide range of methodologies and collaboration from different disciplines? Should our PhD students and master students be empowered not only on needed disciplinary knowledge, but also in communication, negotiation, and process management, and skills for communication, all the soft knowledge that's needed? And should university invest in shifting from purely academic questions, which are important, but to problems that have real-world implications, such as climate change, public health, and crisis? And what about the metrics that we are still using? Should they go beyond academic publication to capture transdisciplinary research or not? Ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned that I bring more questions than answers. My expectation is that in the course of this week, we might be able to answer these questions. And in doing so, I think we'll be contributing to transdisciplinary research and sustainability. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Emilio, for your insights, and you also did stick to time. Now, our next speaker here is Prof. Miriam Igwo Ezikpe. She is also online. Can you please assist?
Okay. Thank you for having me. I'm honored to be part of this year's International Research Innovation Week. I appreciate the invitation. Professor Nenesi, I appreciate you. And all the team members, thank you. Unfortunately, I couldn't join this opening physically. Having said that, let me go straight to the point. Interdisciplinary research, ensuring sustainability. Is it possible? That's the first question I ask. Yes. Is it achievable? Yes. I'm an environmental biochemist working across different fields in terms of chemistry, toxicology, public health, research security. I've seen firsthand how transdisciplinary research can strengthen institutions and communities. In terms of institution sustainability, there is need to break down silos. Some researchers agreed we're working, we're collaborating, but yet it is not well appreciated the way it should be. So there is need for researchers to open up and embrace collaboration. Transdisciplinary research also enhances teaching, research, innovation, and it brings closer real-world challenges, making it impossible for institutions to be left behind in addressing societal challenges. It also strengthens research integrity and security. Now, in terms of community involvement, it promotes co-creation of problem-solving patterns. If communities are brought into addressing what challenges that they go through, it enhances indigenous knowledge development. And then most importantly, it brings about acceptance of the solution and adoption of that solution. Let me give an example. In the University of Lagos, we are working to standardize herbal medicine for hypertension and diabetes. Now, in this adventure that we're entering, we're trying to ensure that the national health system accepts herbal medicine, because use of herbal medicine is very common in Nigeria, but it's not standardized. So we are bringing different fields, toxicology, pharmacology, other health disciplines, and then also the social disciplines to be able to achieve this and bring about acceptance and adoption in our national healthcare system. We also have a project ongoing on bioethanol. As an environmental biochemist, I alone cannot lead this project. And so we're bringing those in molecular biology, bioinformatics, genetics to achieve this project. So if we need to have a sustainable research output, no one singular discipline can achieve this. Now, bridging this gap between the different communities, between the different disciplines, will ensure that scientifically, whatever output that we're bringing is sustainable, is acceptable, and it is used, not just placed on the shelf. In the African Research Security Consortium, which I am opportune to be the chair, we've also taken into consideration transdisciplinary involvement, bringing practitioners from different fields, government agencies, to develop a framework that is rigorous, policy-driven, and then practical. Now, beyond talking about working in silos or creating knowledge, both institutional community involvement, there are some things that universities, institutions, higher education institutions need to look into. First one is our curriculum. The curriculum that most institutions are using needs to be updated to empower entrepreneurship. When we review curriculums to the students, it helps them to appreciate other courses, other disciplines' impact in whatever project that they would achieve at the end. It will also bring about visibility of which expert area is colleague A into, colleague B into. Now I ask, in our institutions, do we have a visible database of researchers' expertise? Like, can I click on a link and say, these are the researchers in my organization, and these are their expertise? Because if we have this visible database, it's easy for you to, knock on a researcher and say, oh, I have this project I'm thinking, can we ideate it? Can we initiate it? This is my expertise, how can you come in? Because if you don't have somebody's information, how do you collaborate with that person? Another important aspect is there is need for faculty group research. Faculties need to come together, maybe section by section, year by year, and articulate what is the societal problem, and group-wise work towards achieving or solving that problem. Likewise, there is need for institutions to constantly engage the industry in research design. Like, institutions are not supposed to sit in their offices and articulate the problem. we need to move out to the industry and tackle problem by problem, solving each of these problems. In that way, we are creating entrepreneurs, we're solving problems, we're bringing different disciplines together to achieve sustainability. This will also open up the issue of facilities. Do we have the right facilities to be able to achieve a sustainable research output? That can be addressed when collaborators come together and bring out what they are doing, what is required to achieve that, and what funding is required. So all I'm trying to explain is that transdisciplinary research is important, it is achievable, but there are recommendations, there are modifications we need to do as research institutions and communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. Miriam. At some point, I'm not sure you could see me. I had stood up. While we ask Prof. Kenny Mnisi to come forward, colleagues, you can see what I said, that we got people here who are highly knowledgeable. And from the brief bio of Prof. Izikpe, you can see that she's really passionate about innovation, ethical research practices, and policy translation. And now we have our own Professor Kenny Mnisi, who studied, is an alumni of Northwest University, all the way up to his PhD. He has also supervised a lot of postdoctoral, well, 2 postdoctoral and 8 PhD candidates, and has a very healthy research publications profile. And recently, last week actually, we had his inaugural lecture, and I had the fortune of officiating at that one. Prof. Mnisi, please welcome, and 5 minutes with you. Since you are our own person, we will be very strict with time. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Vice Chancellor, Deputy Vice Chancellor, the Executive Deans, Deputy Deans, Directors, colleagues, students, greetings. Greetings, colleagues. Yeah, so now building future sustainability under transdisciplinary research, the first thing that we need to do is to integrate all the disciplines under natural and agricultural sciences. I'm talking about crop science, animal health, animal sciences, microbiology, indigenous knowledge systems, all the disciplines that we have. Now then the second thing is we need to identify the major challenges. And what are the challenges? So these are the challenges that are posing a serious threat to sustainability. What are those challenges? We already know climate change is a big problem. Environmental pollution coming from the livestock sector, coming from the industry, industrialization, transportation, amongst others. We need to also talk about biodiversity loss, because it also affects our livelihoods. Diseases, pandemics, as we know, foodborne diseases, waterborne diseases, and airborne diseases. So no one is safe. In fact, I heard some colleagues saying it's better to receive medical treatment at home than in hospitals due to issues such as antimicrobial resistance. Also, we need to talk about the high cost of producing animals. As we know, animals are our source of protein, isn't it? So the food we'll be eating after this event comes from us, the animal scientists. So that serves as a source of protein. I've already mentioned the issue of antimicrobial resistance. But remember, the statistics are telling us that in about 25 years from now, 10 million people will be dying directly from antimicrobial resistance. So you can see we have through transdisciplinary. Prof. Modise is already writing questions for me. We also need to reduce the competition between crop and animal production systems. So in other words, we need to find solutions such that the way we produce animals should not compete with the human sector. So now what are the solutions? I will just round them up due to time. We need to set up national and community level based projects. These projects will help us bring together farmers, policymakers, non-governmental organizations, industry stakeholders, and many other sectors of our nation, just to assist with the adoption of these strategies and also implementation, if possible, commercialization. With all these collaborations, we can also stand a good chance to attract funding. The colleagues have already spoken about funding. Now, to be specific, we need to adopt locally available resources for animal production. We need to also adopt and deliver sustainable practices to encourage plant conservation and to reduce environmental degradation. More importantly, we need to identify our local plants in what we call phytogenics. So these plants will also help us use or replace antibiotics and curb the spread of antimicrobial resistance. More importantly, we need to intertwine indigenous knowledge with science. So the research that we do, we should also find a way to communicate it with our farmers. Also important, the Vice Chancellor already spoke about the Sustainable Development Goals. So it's important that we prioritize all the goals. But how do we achieve that? We can do that through collaborations. Remember, these goals, they are supposed to be achieved by 2030, which is within the next 5 years. So in summary, we need to establish long-term collaboration strategies to address this. One discipline cannot address that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mnisi. You did keep the time. We appreciate that. And now we are calling upon Professor Vincent Maburira, who is from the University of Limpopo in the School of Psychosocial Health. He is previously was a senior lecturer at the University of Zimbabwe, and importantly, he is Y2 NRF rated. And over to you, Professor Mavurira.
Thank you, Prof. I'm a local person. I'm not from the University of Limpopo. I'm one of your own in the Faculty of Health Sciences, and more specifically in the School of Psychosocial Health. And I'm coming from a social work background. So I've been listening and following through everything, all the speeches and presentations. And I remembered one saying which says, development without a human face is not development. Research without a human face is not research. Innovation without a human face is not innovation. Collaborations without a human face are not collaborations. I am saying this because I'm a social worker by profession. So whenever I hear of research, whenever I hear of innovations, I ask myself, so how does this benefit an ordinary person in Dibate village there? How does this benefit an ordinary person in a village in KwaZulu-Natal? Those are the questions that I ask myself because I'm interested in the welfare of people. I'm interested in the social well-being of us all. Yes, we may be researchers, but we may also we may also be having our own problems. We may be going through divorce. We may be drug addicts. We may be suffering from certain chronic conditions. So that is my worry as a researcher. That is my worry as I take part in a transdisciplinary research. We have this concept of transdisciplinarity in social work. I think social work is one of the professions that is well suited to, or that plays a significant part in transdisciplinary research, because we have a multidisciplinary approach in social work where we collaborate with other professionals, even in practice outside research. We collaborate with psychologists, we collaborate with nurses, with doctors, we collaborate with lawyers, we collaborate with economists, we collaborate with theologians. So as you think of transdisciplinary research, also think of as social workers. We have a crucial role to play. Also, social work is a profession of many faces. Anywhere you find social workers, in the industry, in the mines, in universities, in the private sector. So we play a crucial role in transdisciplinary research and transdisciplinary collaborations. Also, what is very important about us is that we are interested on addressing complex social problems. Maybe you are a computer programmer or a computer engineer, you are developing a new software. My worry then is, how does this new software impact on the welfare of people? 10 years ago, 20 years ago, we didn't have cyberbullying. But because of technological advancements, it is now a problem. There is even cyber abuse these days. Some people's pictures are shared on internet, on Facebook, everywhere. Those are the problems that we think of. So I can easily work with maybe people in computer software engineering to see how the innovations they are coming up with can negatively impact the society at large. Also, there are also problems around maybe violent crimes in South Africa. I think last week you saw the story that was trending of e-hailing operators fighting with taxi operators. These are problems, social problems that are worsening in our society. While at least we are there as researchers, highly published, rated, some with 4,000, 5,000 citations. But sometimes the more we research about these social problems, the more they worsen. So we must come up with solutions to these problems through transdisciplinary research. We can even think of problems around violence against women, problems around the breakdown of the traditional family system. These days, people no longer want to marry. They just want to have children. From my side as a social worker, that poses problems to society. Children lack supervision these days. They end up in drug and substance abuse. They end up dropping out of school. They end up engaging in early marriages. Also, issues of racial variations, issues of youth unemployment, issues of illegal immigration. The responses by the government around illegal immigration, is it sustainable? I heard other people talking about sustainability here. Is it sustainable? So you can see various disciplines can collaborate in an endeavor to try to address some of these social problems that are bedeving our societies today. I see, thank you. Okay.
Right, Prof. Sorry. Colleagues, whilst they are being mic'd, this side here, I think I can just take a few reflections on what they have said. and that will help us with the last part of the program. I would have done it now. Our first speaker here, Dr. Rita, said a lot with regards to funding sustainability. And one thing that I want to indicate is that all the panelists here, more or less, were agreeing on whatever they're agreeing upon. And the issues are the same. It is the funding sustainability. And then Prof. Rita also gave word which I liked very much, or a sentence that says, researchers excel on depth, but institutions excel on breadth. I thought that was a very, very telling statement. And then we need to transgress boundaries. That's also another point. When you're talking about transdisciplinary, it means that you should be able to transgress the boundaries. And then importantly, a recommendation that a framework is required in the institutions rather than individual work that is being done. Then there was also reference to curriculum, whether it should be changed. Prof. Igwe, an environmental biochemist, also alluded to the fact that we need to embrace collaboration. And she also brought in the IKS, which is also very, very important, that at the University of Lagos, they are using herbal medicines. And now the work that needs to be done is to ensure that the social discipline to ensure acceptance of the products. Then she also alluded to the fact that there's no one single discipline that can solve all the problems. So collaboration is very, very important. Professor Mnisi also made reference to the integration of all disciplines in the natural and agricultural sciences. He mentioned them. And then he spoke about, he actually scared me. He says that in 25 years from now, 10 million people will be dying. And I really got scared. And I hope our research can try to reverse that, so that instead of the 10 million people, we don't have 1 million people dying. Then Prof. Nisi also came up with some solutions, which I also like, that we need to set up collaborative structures, which is the same one as also mentioned by other panelists, that we need to have a structure so that we don't just leave the scientists or the researchers on their own. And he also mentioned the IKS. And then Professor Mavurira, apologies, yes, he's one of our own. I started by saying he's from the University of Limpopo. No, sorry. Yes, he's our own from the Faculty of Health Sciences. We appreciate your presentation. You know, he emphasized that the human face or the human factor is very important. That if you do research without the human factor, that is not research. And then already he is collaborating with various disciplines and the social workers. That is very, very important. And then, and one also important thing is that how does the research that we do impact society? Are we doing research for the sake of doing research, or are we doing it to change the lives of our people? Then he also mentioned some of the challenges that we have, including violence, unemployment, illegal migration, and also importantly, which I think all the panelists have mentioned, is sustainability. So I've actually summarized everything that I've said, and I think they've said more than that, but I can't say everything that I've said. You know, the danger of saying whatever they've said, it means now I'm actually stealing their work now. I'm taking the words that they have said and I'm making them my own words. So, and what do you call that? Plagiarism. And in front of all the people here. So that is why I select and choose just to say a few. Now, colleagues, the floor is now open for not just questions, but comments as well. So the mic, a roving mic should be somewhere around here. And please be very, very brief in your question. I know that at other fora, especially in political fora, people make a statement first, sometimes a long statement, and then And then when it's time to ask the question, there's no question. And they started by saying, yes, I have a question. So let's just go straight to the point. Just a brief introduction, say your name and where you're from, and then ask the question. And I think because of the time, let's limit to a maximum of 2 questions per person, maximum. So 1 question would be great. Thank you. Yes.
Morning, everyone. Morning, Profs, and thank you for sharing your expertise and your thoughts. My name's Annemi Conradi Chetty. I'm a research director in the Faculty of Humanities. So I'm very glad about that our last speaker mentioned the human. And our work is interdisciplinary, addressing the human within, whether it's climate, whether it's social welfare. And I would also like to look at the human, because we can't have research if the researchers are not well. So if researchers are like marathon runners who work within universities, then a lot of us are running this marathon with huge backpacks. And that is not sustainable. We know if we look internationally, researchers, staff at universities struggle with mental health. They struggle with burnout. They have enormous administrative loads. They're often understaffed. So we want to do the work. I really, amongst my colleagues, I see the willingness and the love for what they do. We want to mentor, but often we come up against challenges of being understaffed, of not being able to spend our research leave and our research funds because of these burdens. So for me, a solution would be if in some way we can protect researchers by looking at what is in the backpack. Are all of the admin processes really necessary? Are we filling vacancies? Are we designing our policies in such a way to fill those vacancies, to
Thank
help
you.
with throughput? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. That's not a question, that's a comment. Can we take another person there, please?
Thank you so
Unfortunately, we
much.
only have 3 minutes now up to the end of this session.
I'll go straight to the question. I
Please,
won't make a
please.
statement. I'm Nombulelo Zenani. I am a senior lecturer in the School of Nursing. My question is, I think all across the speakers, they talked about dismantling professional silos to solve real life problems. And I'm from a healthcare perspective, and I'm making an example, for instance, in respect of, for instance, lifestyle conditions, all right? And such is a big problem, and such needs to be addressed, but can it not be addressed, for instance, by different research entities? For instance, in health sciences, we have heart, we have lifestyle, we have the pneumic. But the question is, if I want to then collaborate with these researchers in these different research entities, how do I go about to do that when institutionally it does not allow me to have fluid collaboration across those entities? So the question is, what do we do to break that boundary in order for us as scholars within one faculty to actually collaborate and solve these real life problems, bringing in our different expertise?
Thank you. Thank you. Can we have from this side? Yes.
Thank you. My name is Martha Matashu. I'm from the Faculty of Education. My question is, the SDG 4 identifies education as a key driver for all other sustainable development goals. So do we see interdisciplinary and transformative research for sustainable future as possible without education for sustainable development? Thank you.
Thank you. Can we take that a block? Mata, to whom are you addressing that question? To which panel? The first speaker, thank you.
No, greetings everyone. My name is Nigelo Mehlomakulu and I'm a master's student from the ILMA department. My question is a general question. As scholars, how do we ensure that the research that we produce is well received and engaged by the government officials? Because we have a problem of government officials not engaging with the research that as scholars we produce, because our research, the research that we produce mainly offer possible solutions that can be used to address the societal problems that our communities face. Yes, that's my question.
Thank you. We'll have just two more questions or comments. Oh, Prof. Jeffrey?
Chairperson, thank you very much. Just 2 minutes to address some of the questions. And I think they are very relevant because we can't have a gathering like this and we have got really good questions from the audience and we don't address them. So I like the question of staff, and I also like the question of what are we doing as an institution to break the silos. So I just want to say that we are doing a lot. It's just that we are at a stage where we can't say this, is the solution for the challenges or for the questions that have been raised. So colleagues will recall that sometime in March, April, we had a colloquium in Sun City, and we spoke about inter, multi, and cross-disciplinary research. So we are consulting with the faculties that are already having this kind of collaborations within faculties to learn how they are doing it. Because the idea is that we would like to have a platform as an institution to say this is a model, which it may not necessarily be a model that fits everyone, but it will be a model that says if you want to go multi or inter or cross-disciplinary research, this is how we will handle it as an institution, including how we incentivize it. Because it's one thing to say, go this route, but if you do not incentivize it, people are not going to really buy into the idea. So I just want to say something is happening, and hopefully before the end of the year, we will have an announcement.
Thank you very much, Prof. Jeffrey. I think now we can go to the panelists to address some of the questions here. The first question, I think, on the human factor was a statement, rather, and we appreciate that. And the second one was on dismantling of professional silos. How can this be addressed by different entities? And I don't know who wants to address that one amongst the panelists here. And then, of course, the third one is the one that Prof. Jeffrey, in fact, it's part of the second one that is now addressed. And then there's one on education, that is the SDG 4 is on education. How do you talk about collaboration without education? And then the last one is about the government role in research. So any person that really is inspired to address any of the questions here, you're welcome to do so. But there was a specific one to the first panelist that was the one on education. Prof. Bismarck?
I see the panelists are still pondering, so I thought I must take the one from Mr. Mehlomakulu about the role of government. he's very correct. A lot of very good research outcomes are very relevant to directly solving problems of society. I stand in front of graduation ceremonies for PhDs and I read the summary of their thesis. And I realize that a lot of what is being delivered is actually contemporary solution to current challenges, complex ones. And in my graduation speeches, I always mention, I wish our government can take note of some of these things because these are the things that they would not need to issue a tender for. The solutions are there in that thesis. Professor Nguna, the solutions are there in that thesis. You know, for DGs. They just have to pick that thesis, take it to the strategic planning session of the department, and boom, here we go. Or take it to the government lekotla and discuss it and distill what's in there and apply it. But there is just no uptake. And it becomes worse when we have, you know, colloquia like this and we invite them and they don't come. So, Mtlagas, I fully agree. There's a problem there, and I hope the DG will touch on some of those things when he ascends the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. Is this mic on, or you can just stand up here?
It's on now. Thank you so much for the questions. I'll spend maybe a minute or two making a comment. First, with regard to the question about the government, I think the VC said most of what I would say, but I think we as knowledge producers could not only sit back and say the government is not taking. I think we need to, as I was talking about policies and structures, we need to really invest in communication. Because we might think they're getting the point, while they're not getting the point. For us, it's clear, the solution is there. But is that clear for every stakeholder? Is that clear for the government officials? So perhaps our papers are not communicating enough the way they're written. Perhaps we need a different way of communication. Could be policy briefs, could be other sorts of engagement that will make them buy in. The point is we cannot give up. It's not an option to give up. We need to insist. We need to also research ways to communicate our research to government. So communication science is very important in this regard. But I would like also to make a comment about the other comment was made about how do we go about doing research with other colleagues and also looking at the welfare of the researchers. I think first and foremost, when I was talking about the culture in the universities and policies in the universities, I was referring to things like that in specific, that our policies as universities do not always encourage multidisciplinarity. Look at the evaluation, for example. We are still evaluate based on number of publications and not looking on, for example, impact and policy outcomes that come from our work. I'm not meaning by saying this that publications are not important. They are, of course, disciplines are important. But can we do our promotions also looking at what kind of impact our work has had on communities, on private industry, and yes, on government policy? Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, we are really past the time. I know the discussions are very interesting, but I just want to give an opportunity to only 1 or 2 online people to ask a question. And then I'm very sorry, we're going to have to close it up here. We can continue, we still have a whole week together here. And also during the tea breaks and during the lunch breaks, you know, we will engage with the panelists here, they're all here. But just for the sake of keeping to time, I think I would like to ask us to leave it there for now. But let's just get 2 online questions. Online, anybody there?
Thank you, Prof. David. We have Prof. Miriam, who wants to respond to questions, and also Rita Gilmata. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Very briefly, colleagues.
Okay, thank you. I want to respond to 2 questions, but very quickly.
Very quickly.
One
Yes.
from medicine, using health research as an example. So one of the issues is, it's not that you cannot find collaborator, but explain what exactly you're doing that you need collaborator for. For instance, if you're doing a heart research, you need a physiologist. Even though you're a cardiologist, you need a physiologist in your team. You need a biochemist in your team to evaluate like antioxidant level, lipid profile. You need a hematologist. So it depends on the scope of the research that you want to do. And so you should be able to look at the database of researchers around you and fill in what gap the researcher you need to collaborate with. Without that visual, no researcher can want to collaborate if the person doesn't say what exactly am I going to do with a heart surgeon, you know. So then in terms of research visibility to the government, I think that universities at the end of graduation should be able to pick out projects that make real time impact and write to the government, not believing that government should come and see what we're doing. No, you write to them, present the outcome, the impact, the solution to the problem, and they can understand what exactly the researcher has done and is talking about. So let me leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think since those that are online are not with us here, so we will not have access to them, let's allow also Dr. Rita, you know, to reflect on the question that was posed.
Thank you so much. I will be very brief.
Thank you.
So actually, there is an important growing role of the institutions in doing translation between what we find on research and what is the language that we're talking about. And languages, figuratively, are different from governmental stakeholders, from other types of institutions that work in the same sector of societal challenge, from education at schools, from citizen engagement. There is a need for translation of the findings and carrying the findings from one context to the other. I believe that research institutions and universities need to focus on having professionals that can do this role. They can be the carriers of the knowledge that we produce into other contexts, and as Professor Emilio was saying, communicate this adequately, translating it to the language that suits those specific stakeholders. And to the matter of education, particularly, which was posed to me, of course, this is absolutely crucial and it's an absolute baseline. And also it includes this idea of translation. How can we make the translational research and impacts of our research known to different stakeholders connected with education that bring interest by science on young children, that bring the knowledge that science brings development, that science is what ultimately brings us a sustainable future, and this idea needs to be transmitted to all sectors of education, of course. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now I call upon the program director to direct us to what is next. Apologies for taking longer than we set out to, but I can see that there's fire in the house and there's still a lot of issues that people want to talk about. But like I said, we will engage with the panelists, at other fora.
Thank you. Prof. Muniz, you want to close? You want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to add that we also need to understand the problems that are affecting the society, such that when we develop these studies, the government can see that we are going to address serious issues. Issues such as food security, water security, diseases, they remain a major problem. So once we identify these and of course put them in a layman language, it's easy to attract the government. Just last week we had the executive mayor of Mahike. We told him about these problems. So soon we'll be having a meeting with him to set up this. So I was answering to the colleague from Animal Health because I think that's relevant to us, but we are working on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The proposals, policy briefs, engagement with government or public sector leaders. I'm just not sure if they will agree that they are laymen or lay women. The language that we use, but they know they have invested a lot in the universities, and what is coming out is very relevant. So we are going to break now. The time is 11:16. I am asked to request all the panelists, the dignitaries, you know yourself, to follow those two gentlemen there. We don't have ICE in South Africa, but those are the gentlemen that you should follow to the next destination. We should come back here by, should we say past? Is that enough? 11:40. We start 11:40 with the next panel facilitated by Prof. Pago. It's a very lively debate that is going to, please don't miss any of it. It's going to be enlightening, and there also we will have some solutions. So here we go. And outside, I think something is there for everyone, and those who need to follow Mr. Mpulukeng and Dr. Moyo, please do so. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. See you soon. is Prof. Paro from the Faculty of Humanities. We have Prof. Nkuna, who will be the opener for the discussion. And panel members, I request you to get wired at the back. If not, you can go there after making your remarks here. But Prof. Paho, I hand over to you. Please, let's make sure time is of essence. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Program Director, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I also quickly just want to observe protocol. The Vice Chancellor, Prof. Chobeka, DVC, Prof. Mpatlele, the deans that are here. I saw my dean, Prof. Dumimoyo, as well, and the deputy deans. I saw Prof. Marna as well. Colleagues, welcome. So I'm just going to, before I do my opening comments, read part of the bios, and then the colleague will be coming forward. I'm going to start with Dr. Robert Nkuna. He holds a PhD in interdisciplinary studies with a research focus on the regulation of network industries. These are electricity, telecommunications, and airports in South Africa from University of Witwatersrand. Dr. Nkuna is currently the Director General of the Department Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation. Let's give him a round of applause. The next speaker, colleagues, is going to be Prof. Martha Kenny. She's Chair of Women and Gender Studies at San Francisco State University. She earned a PhD from the History of Consciousness at the University of California, Santa Cruz in 2013. She was a founding member of the Science and Justice Research Center. Prof. Kenny is co-founder of Science, Technology, and Society Hub at San Francisco State University. Let's give her a round of applause. Colleagues, I also have Dr. Peki Oti Boateng. She leads the African Academy of Sciences in advancing science, technology, and innovation to transform lives across Africa. With over 40 years of experience in academia, science policy, and international development, Dr. Oti Boateng is recognized leader of STI governance. As former director at UNESCO, she championed the global adoption of the UNESCO recommendation on the open science in November 2021. A round of applause, colleagues. Our last speaker is Prof. Philip Dutoy. Prof. Dutoy is a C-rated NRF researcher. His research focus mainly revolves around identity studies in the New Testament, especially the Pauline corpus. He was the main editor of the book Theological Perspectives on Reimagining Leadership in Post-COVID-19 Africa, published by OASIS in 2023. A round of applause, colleagues. Of course, I'm Kidibone Paho from the Faculty of Humanities. I just want to quickly make some opening remarks, colleagues. Also, these are my comments on this important conversation around transformation. I think and obviously there are a lot of overlaps between the previous session and this one, thanks to you, Prof. Modise. The question of transformation speaks about change in form, in substance, and of course in appearance. We also refer to this as metamorphosis, and some call it mutation. It refers to the change from immature to mature form. So we want to see if there is an impact or positive growth. We have our colleague, Prof. Dutoy from theology. I'm sure he will identify more with the concept of transfigure. transfiguration. It also means to transmogrify. But colleagues, because this is about research, research transformation, we need to remember the issues around the systematic analysis and investigations. And so here we want to focus and study the unknown that can give us transformative outcomes. And I think from what the VC in his opening statement said earlier, that the focus on investment in research, in science, and this include the social science scholarship, needs to be rigorous, consistent, and continuous, also in relation to the what we spend as a country on research. It's going to be a turning point for us, and therefore the question of transformation. But I think there's a question, there's a concern around how do we generate transformative research methods? And for me, as a social science scholar and in humanities, this is important because we know that in our disciplines, research methods are highly contested. They are not given. And they are contested because of a number of reasons, because maybe of their history, how they've been used, their different meaning, and maybe even their applications. So the question here is, and I think it came a little bit earlier during the first session, is what kind of social problems are we dealing with? Because we need to understand the kind of social problems that we are dealing with in order to make a determination on the proper research methods that we may be using that are transformative in nature, not the traditional ones that we have been using. So do we have research methods that are relevant to address our complex and modern societal challenges? Can we also still continue to rely on traditional research methods? We normally would have, interviews, for example. We use focus groups, we use surveys to understand some of the social problems we are facing. I'm raising this because while at times we are able to successfully use these kind of methods to get results, but we don't always answer the questions of their sustainability, their transformative nature, and their impact on the society. We probably just do this to get results in most cases. But the other question, which is the elephant in the room, and this was touched on earlier, is what is considered to be the commodification of research, which is actually a huge phenomenon in South Africa today, because largely here we look at the question of chasing the target. But we also know that this has its downside, that we don't always want to engage. And perhaps this may have some limitations in many ways, especially around impact, around sustainability of our research. But we also need to talk about this, ladies and gentlemen. How do we co-create with communities? Because we want to do a transformative research. And I think there was a comment from one of our master students here talking about the uptake, and the VC made a comment on that, the uptake of research by government. And I have it in my notes here is, how do we co-create with communities or even with certain sectors of our society where we have limited literacy level, low literacy levels? That often leads to very serious gaps, because research if it's a scientific process, it means just that, and it's sophisticated in nature. And as you could hear, it's always very difficult to oversimplify research. So that's why there was a conversation about why can't we have policy briefs. And even when you have policy briefs, it does not mean that it is going to be easy for the stakeholders to have that uptake. So I think these are some of the conversations, ladies and gentlemen. The other day I was driving and there was a conversation on the radio, which I really thought falls under this kind of a conversation. And the issue was, why does the industry, in South Africa and many other African countries shy away from employing PhDs that we are producing, that we always expect PhDs to be working in academia. And probably that is part of our problems, that if we don't have a lot of PhDs in government, in the civil society sectors and local government and so on, we continue to have these kind of problems but our research results, although they are relevant and may be meaningful, but there isn't really a lot of uptake. Without any further ado, colleagues, I'm going to call Dr. Robert Nkuna to open and lead this debate. Prof?
Okay. Good morning, Program Director. Let me in fact acknowledge the VC, our leader, and I'm not going to acknowledge all other people, stand on protocol, because I don't want to be like the man who speaks for an hour in a funeral and at the end says, I'm not going to be long, after speaking for an hour. So let me go straight to the matter at the end, what I've been asked to deal with. Now, the whole question of transdisciplinarity in government is very exciting, is very welcome, and that explains why I am here to speak on the side of government on how we see this kind of a conversation going forward. Now, at the conceptual level, it's clear that all of us agree that we need transdisciplinarity. And conceptually, it has since been defined. The question is where to now towards the operationalization of transdisciplinarity. Now, what I'm doing here, I'm going to talk about two terms that will allow us to move one step forward. The first is ontology, which you know in your backyard, in the work that you do on a daily basis, which is about the conception of reality. What actually exists? What do we see? Are we seeing the same things? Are we seeing different things? When we look at a particular phenomena, let's say in government. The other that goes with that is epistemology. That given the construct of what we see, how the world functions, how can we generate knowledge in that world? So we need to be at once in terms of our conception of reality so that we can also agree on the conception of knowledge, epistemology, which then will lead to methodology and all associated issues. So quickly, on Friday I was here, I spoke to some colleagues to underscore what I'm saying about ontology and epistemology in research, which I believe also applies in transdisciplinary research. I talk about local government. So colleagues asked me this question. Is the decay in infrastructure in local government occasioned by monitoring or planning? So that was the question that I was asked. So when I arrived here, I added another question, or both. But then I added another question, or more issues. Maybe what you call monitoring and evaluation may be symptoms. There are still underlying features that define the behavior in local government. Now, this calls for complexity, a return to engagement or re-engagement with complexity. What is complexity? Now, some of my colleagues in government are saying that if all municipalities are in trouble, it could be that the whole government is in trouble. So you may say you want to sort out local government only to find that everything else is not working, even at the provincial and national levels. Now, when you deal with this area of local government, we can approach it, or we've been approaching it from two dimensions. One is the academic, the other is practice. In practice, what you do when there's no water in a municipality, you just convene a meeting. You get all those you believe are the main stakeholders, speak to them, agree or disagree, and then a solution is negotiated. So that is what we do in practice. We negotiate solutions, and you'll hear as I round up. Then in academia, there is rigorous engagement with methods and all those kind of things. Now, the big question is always whether the two can converge. And I've been grappling with this issue myself on whether we can converge our way of doing things, of consensus making, lobbying, and all those kind of things, and what happens in academia. But let me take you through a few points on what is happening in local government that will show you the necessity of this confluence or convergence. The first problem that has defined failure has been the issue of incentives. So at the onset of the national liberation struggle, all of us were concerned about free at last. But the reality of the situation now is that incentives have shifted. Self-interest, group interest, and all those kind of things that we believe do not exist, now we must accept that they exist. So the formative mantra of the national liberation struggle was that Rekau Fela, we are in this together. But the reality post-1994 is that the situation has become more complex, and that is the notion of incentives that have informed a failure. Now, why is that the case? It is the case because we need to understand what local government is. Now, this is what local government is. It is equally a political institution and an economic institution at the same time. Yeah. So that is what local government is. So on the political side, it exists to provide public goods and also ensure redistribution, that no one is left behind. But on the economic side, it is an enabler for the economy. Now, what has happened in reality is that local government has shifted more on the political side and less the economic side. So we're dealing with a situation of disequilibrium in the way local government functions. It is functioning more as a political institution to advance redistribution. Now, as we all know, when you share, if you share without producing, you share until you reach a stage where there is nothing to share. That is what we are faced with. And this construct is very important if we are to talk about transdisciplinary research, because you can already see that there are interplays between economics and this. Now, when we created local government, one of the things that we did was that everyone must be in a municipality. Prior 1994, there were no municipalities everywhere. Now there are 257 municipalities in South Africa. Now, in pursuit of representation, that everyone at least must be represented, must belong somewhere, we ended up with municipalities that are not viable economically. Their people depend on social grants, but we maintain those municipalities because on the political side, they ensure that all of us are represented. Now that has come with a cost to maintain that structure of local government, but rent seeking in an environment where the economy is not growing also came in, such that you see a stadium costing 15 million in Mgijima, only to find that when you go there is just an open ground. So rent seeking is something that originates in economics, in classical economics, in the logic of racial choice theory. Now, what the theorists have done have shown that that pursuit of self-interest, yes, that we thought was only in government, is only there even it was in the private sector, is also there in government. So overall, this was to illustrate the complexity. And as you can see, that local government is not only political, it's also economic, and then underscoring why we need to do this. Lastly, let me skip everything, and that's why I was asking how much time I had, and I was not sure. But let me conclude by saying that on the consumption of research, I'm as guilty as charged myself, because I did my PhD while Director General, And when I graduated, I didn't bother to even share it with my colleagues. And in our department, we have one of the highest concentration of people with PhDs in government. No one has ever been invited, even by me as Director General, to come and share what they are researching on. All what I do is to sign for bursaries for people to go and do PhDs. Now, what can we do about that? We take responsibility, and then this conversation will be sustained, and we will invite Northwest for further engagement on this issue of how best we can make you, starting with the PhD research that is internal within government. Thank you.
Thank you so much, colleagues. I'm not gonna take questions now. I'm calling Prof. Martha Kenny. You're on the floor. 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Martha Kenny. I'm the chair of Women and Gender Studies at San Francisco State University. I'm a professor in the field of science and technology studies, a field that studies the social impact of science. A part of my work is encouraging diversity, equity, and inclusion in scientific research in order to create more just and equitable forms of science, technology, and medicine. It's a pleasure to be here at Northwest University and to be discussing how to catalyze transformative research. The definition of transformative research that I was given for this panel actually comes from my alma mater, the University of California. I'm just going to read the definition so that we can think about it together. Transformative research focuses on creating significant change by emphasizing community self-determination, strategic action for equitable change, and building trusting relationships. It aims to transform individuals, groups, institutions, and societal structures through collaborative and inclusive processes. Today I'm going to argue that diversity, equity, inclusion are important for truly transformative research with real-world relevancy that benefits everyday people. In the United States, diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts have recently been demonized by the federal government, and federal funding has been cut for research that promotes these goals. However, the work of diversity, equity, inclusion, or DEI, should not be controversial or polarizing. DEI approaches can be an important part of creating a more equal society. DEI means giving everyone an equal opportunity to participate in research and removing historic barriers for entry in higher education and career advancement in research. With the US defunding these important goals, it's up to the rest of the world to become leaders in diverse, equitable, and inclusive science, especially countries in the global south or majority world. Promoting these values is especially important for achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals of gender equality and reduced inequalities. DEI initiatives are not only a central part of creating equal societies, these efforts also strengthen science and catalyze research that is relevant to real people and communities. In science and technology studies, we use a framework called standpoint theory, which argues that seeing problems from many different perspectives gives us a better understanding of those problems. We all have different backgrounds, experiences, knowledge, cultures, languages, stories, and communities that can contribute to creating a fuller picture of the world. In these brief remarks, I'm going to highlight 3 types of diversity that enrich research and promote equality. These are diversity of people in research, diversity of disciplinary perspectives, and diversity through community engagement. So the first one, diversity of people in research. And this means encouraging and supporting underrepresented groups in research, which means groups that are not represented in faculty positions in proportion to the population. So at San Francisco State University, where I teach, 37% of our students are Hispanic or Latino, whereas only 7% of our faculty belong to the same demographic. So part of my commitment as an educator is to make sure that my students have the same opportunities to advance that I had. And this means addressing systemic challenges faced by people of color and immigrant communities in the United States. In South Africa, Black Africans, people from rural areas and informal settlements, and people with disabilities are underrepresented in research. To do truly transformative research requires removing barriers to entry in higher education and supporting underrepresented people in career advancement through activities such as mentorship, institutional support, and addressing systemic oppression. People bring their perspectives, values, and lived experiences into their research. When we look at the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the problems identified affect underrepresented groups more severely. People from these groups should be included in finding solutions that are relevant for communities and have support in advancing their research careers. This also builds community capacity and paves the way for more researchers from underrepresented groups. The second type of diversity was really nicely addressed by the first panel, diversity of disciplinary perspectives, in other words, transdisciplinary research. And this could mean having experts in social, historical, and political methods collaborating with experts in science, technology, engineering, and medicine to find solutions to big problems like climate change and food security. As a social scientist, I have personally published with scientists in STEM fields such as pediatric psychology, machine learning, and the developmental origins of health and disease. And while these types of collaborations can be disorienting or frustrating at times, when they're done well, they can also be mutually transformative. We have a wealth of expertise on our campuses, and it's important to work across faculties to create knowledge that can look at all facets of a research problem. This is the metaphorical silos we've been hearing a lot about. Breaking down these silos and increasing research collaboration among disciplines, which includes building institutional infrastructure for these collaborations, cultures of collaboration, and curriculum and educational initiatives. The final type of diversity that I want to mention is diversity through community engagement. Many kinds of knowledges are found outside of universities, such as indigenous knowledge systems and insights from grassroots social movements. Here I'd like to highlight the importance of community-engaged research, research driven by the questions and priorities of communities, where communities are true partners who can consent to research, shape research agendas, and even refuse to participate in research that does not serve their interests, rather than the kind of extractive research that takes from communities without giving back. Community-engaged research creates actionable knowledge that's delivered back to communities and used to advocate for community priorities. So together, these forms of diversity, the diversity of people in research, diversity of disciplinary perspectives, and diversity through community engagement are important practices in catalyzing transformative research. I look forward to learning from the perspectives of the other panelists as we define what transformative research can mean for Northwest University and our transnational research communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Colleagues, I'm going to call Dr. Peggy Oti Boate.
Thank you very much. Distinguished university leaders and my Vice Chancellor, thank you very much. Honorable policymakers, esteemed donors, and our inspiring students. I have put this whole discussion, transformative research, under 3 areas. We're bridging policy, we talked about that this morning, and also from my experience having developed global policy for over 12 years, and also community and science for a just future. I've heard us all talk about sustainable development goals, but what is missing is the Africa Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. We're the only continent with 50 years development agenda, and every 10 years, we have what we call TISA 2024, which we just finished, and now we have TISA 2034. How many of you know TISA 2034? Anybody here? This is our blueprint. we developed the Africa we want, even before the Sustainable Development Goals. And I want us to also put this within the context of when we are developing, in Africa. We're gathered here today not to just exchange, ideas, but to shape the very blueprint of our shared future. A future that must be inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. But at the heart of all this future lies the question of what we are asking today. Does transformative research truly ensure sustainable future for different communities and countries? Yes? No? I think we're doing, we're doing very well, but we need to leapfrog. In that, transformative research is not just about chasing citations, not about climbing academic ladders. It is about reimagining the purpose of knowledge. It's about ensuring that research serves the people, reflects their realities, and responds to their needs. But this must happen through equitable partnership between policy, community, and science. And this resonates with the African Academy of Sciences, our vision. Our vision is transform lives through science. Transform life through science in terms of developing the excellence, but also create the platform for think tank advisory like we're doing now. But the third is growing that critical mass of scientists and engineers on the continent to drive the Africa we want. Because too often, we see politics crafted in isolation, disconnected from the life experiences of those who are affected. We also saw communities are, they are consulted after the decisions have been made. They are not consulted as co-creators of these solutions. And we see science, which is very powerful, is locked in academic silos. I'm sure there's so many journals, there's so many publications in your laboratories, but we are struggling to translate them into inclusive action, what really matters to people. This fragmentation leads to inequity, mistrust between scientists, policymakers we're talking about. Also, what we're finding now that we're missing on a lot of opportunities. But there is a better way to do this, and we can only do transformative innovation to bridge the gap between sectors. And we can all do that if only we talk together, if only we act together. It's not just about technology. It's about new ways of thinking, engaging, and acting. It amplifies the marginalized people. It also reshapes power dynamics. When policy is formed by real-world needs, when communities are empowered to lead, and when science is made accessible and actionable, we unlock the potential for co-created solutions. And Mr. VC talked about solutions. It's all out there that are just, resilient, and sustainable. But I'll just give you an example of one of the 47, we call them Arise Fellows, and some of us may be in 47 of them in 38 countries. And I'll only give you one example, example where we have community working with science, but also science informing the global science. And this is a lady from the University of Ghana. She's an oceanographer. There are very few women in oceanography, but she's working on oyster conservation initiative. But not only studying oysters, but it's also studying, working with communities, in a traditional knowledge. She's also helping women oyster producers and making them have a livelihood. But she's also informing regional policy and expert collaboration, across borders. Dr. Manu Research is contributing global climate solutions. And I encourage all of you to Google her and find out about her work. She's a world-class, mid-career researcher. But what has been the impact? She has informed policy, but she has also worked, through the ladder. And now she's an associate professor. She's also, got more grants from what she's doing, but she's also created the blueprint of what it really means to have community, policy, and science. This is how we want our transformative science to work. And I encourage all you young people, mid-career researchers, to think with the community, work with the community, because it's through inclusive, and your research has to be relevant. That will shape the future of Africa. Not just doing research for doing sake, but also move beyond just being researchers to be innovators. The university should create platforms, should give the appropriate infrastructure. But you students should also go beyond just research. You should go beyond that and partner. How many of you here partner with people across the border of South Africa? Botswana, how many of you partner with Botswana? How many of you in Sierra Leone? Sierra Leone. How many of you in Egypt? This is the Africa we want. And also students, you are not just leaders of tomorrow, you are change makers of today. But you can only do that if you partner through transformative research. So I ask again, what will this mean to all of us and the future of the communities and countries? Yes, we can do it when it is inclusive, ethical, and grounded in partnership. So I call on all of you, policymakers, community leaders, students, that it is not just to imagine that future. Let us build it, and together we will have the Africa we want. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Colleagues, the last but not least is Prof. Philip Dutoy. Prof.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. VC, DVC, directors, deans, and guests. It's an honor for me to speak on this topic. I'm going to address the question of sustainable transformation, specifically via research. And I'm going to do that from my own perspective as a theologian. My specialty is New Testament, and I'm also going to try to illustrate it via my own research as well. I think there are three areas that I, from my perspective, can identify in order to achieve sustainable transformation. The first one is on a theoretical level, and Dr. Nkuna has mentioned ontology and epistemology. I think in a post-colonial society, we have to address and critique mainstream post-colonial approaches that advance post-colonialism, but they still rely, for example, on naturalistic frameworks, even when interpreting religious experiences. I would say true post-coloniality should also reform in its epistemology, and I argue that non-Western epistemologies, which include lived experience or lived spiritual realities, must be recognized for a truly authentic perspective. That, as in most of African spirituality, for example, the spiritual world is considered as real. So if you really want to be post-colonial, you must also take serious non-Western epistemologies in that regard as well. As a second example, I, for example, critiqued identity theory. I challenged, for example, traditional social identity theories as purely a social construction. Using Pauline theology from my perspective, as well as African spiritualities, I reimagine identity as interwoven with both community and supernatural dimensions, offering a contextually grounded, epistemologically inclusive model for identity formation. And in that, I've published an article on this where I specifically engaged African theologians and their perspective on identity. As a second area that I would say how one can achieve transformation, sustainable transformation, is to identify and address the root of problems. Now, one of the areas in my own research that I've done is where I've, in a collaborative work with African scholars, international scholars, we addressed the whole issue of leadership in Africa. And I think one of the main problem areas in Africa to address is leadership, especially how leadership is perceived. I don't have to elaborate on leaders in our own country or the rest of Africa where leadership is self-centered, built around power. I, for example, from my perspective, argued that based on the Pauline corpus, servant leadership is not only Christ-centered and model on Christ's leadership, but animated by Christ himself. And that all people are inherently corrupt and in need of guidance, spiritual guidance in that regard. That's just an example from my perspective. And the third area where I think it is quite important to be able to sustainable in transformation is to be very practical and creatively use existing resources in a way that is inclusive and can address people on grassroots level. And let me give an example from my own research as well. This was actually more of a scholarship of teaching and learning, a subtle project where I have done research on mobile technology in Africa. And interestingly enough, in Africa, most people actually have cell phones. So my question was, how can I use a cell phone in theological education? And how can I empower pastors on grassroots level in order to be more responsible in interpreting the Bible? So that was part of my research, and that was in 2021, and that research is already dated now. And I think another level where I think I would also like to make a contribution is on the level of AI. People will have access to AI, and most people will have access to AI if they don't have it now via cell phone. And how can we achieve transformation? And that is by using these technologies that are available to us, using the existing resources in order to be sustainable in development. That's in short. I hope I'm in time.
Thank you, Prof. Colleagues, I think we've got ample time. Yes. We have ample time to engage the presenters. The first one, Dr. Nkuna spoke about the question of the fact that we have a consensus in this room with regard to the need to maintain the issues at hand, in particular the transdisciplinary nature of the research we need to do in reference to the question of our own realities, but also how we generate our knowledge. And he made reference to how we understand local government, you know, the beast itself, how we
would want to make it work. If we do an academic work where there is a lot of rigor and process, but also how government functions. And his argument is we need to find ways of converging these, because we know that what we've been doing has actually taken more the political weighting so far and left out the enabler, which is the economic aspect of what local government should be bringing to their people. The second talk from Prof. Kenny speaks of the diversity, equity, and inclusion. And of course, we have seen the card. I think it was very well publicized that the funding on the diversity, equity, and inclusion in the new Trump administration has been cut. And it's quite important because in South Africa, this is part of our of our constitutional architecture. So if you go to the Bill of Rights, it really center us on the question of diversity, equity, and inclusivity. So Prof. Kenny spoke about the need to consider the gender equality, especially from the SDGs perspectives. And of course, she spoke about the different types of diversities in research, in disciplinary perspectives, and in community engagement. The elaboration from Prof. Oti Boateng speaks of the need to bridge policy, also look into SDGs, but I think she made an emphasis on the agenda, AU Agenda 2063 in relation to the TISA 2034, that we need to maintain an inclusive future that is resilient and that is sustainable, but that we need to be leapfrogging as Africans in this regard, and that we find that decision making is often made through political processes, but often excludes science, and that we need to base many of our decisions on science, and that would contribute to transformative innovation. And of course, she made a lot of emphasis on the need to maintain partnerships and collaborations. Prof. Du Toit's thesis was about sustainable transformation. And I think few important points that he alluded to: the issue of the post-colonial critique, how we should be thinking about reforming the current theology within the African perspectives, the lived spiritual realities that need to be recognized. He spoke about the identity theory that looks into his own research work about the African spirituality and how Pauline spirituality also is advanced in that case. And of course, he mentioned the elephant in the room. He calls this the identifying the root of the problem, which is leadership, and how we have perceived it, that many in our leadership positions have actually been self-serving and not necessarily as servant leaders. And he makes something very important. I'm not sure if I followed this, but he says that people are inherently corrupt and that they need spiritual guidance. Maybe we can engage him more on that. And of course, he emphasized the question of inclusivity using technology. So colleagues, those are my quick notes. And I hope I've done a little bit of justice. I know I've missed so many,
of the points, but I've got a whole team here to help me engage you. So I'm going to take questions. Yes, there's a first hand right there. This is the second hand. Please identify yourself and shoot, so don't give me a thesis. So second, then third. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Mashacha Khanyane. My question is addressed to Dr. Mkuna. I just wanted to find out as to how does the local government promulgate the legislative and policy matters to ensure that service users are well taken care of in terms of research economic matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Number two.
Thank you. My name is Liberty Hoy. I've got a two-pronged question. The first one, maybe, perhaps not quite a question, a comment, that you can only transgress into the multi-interdisciplinary research space if you are monodisciplined yourself. The second one relates to an issue that was raised on, I think it was you, how do we generate transformative research methods? And just last week, we had an endeavor with the National Research Foundation, NRF, and they were talking about funding 3 spaces for research: climate change, health, I can't remember the other one, but it is a hard science kind of discipline, where the humanities and social sciences are certainly elided from programs that are looking at 4.5 million research incentive. How do you reconcile that? Thank you.
Yeah, you're asking very difficult questions, Libet. Colleagues, I can't see your hands. Oh yes, the VC is here.
Thank you, Prof. Pajo. My question is directed to the Prof from San Francisco. You spoke very well about the issues of DEI in research, and you actually made a very good and interesting illustration of the statistics of your Hispanic population vis-a-vis the students that are actually benefiting from that. And it rings familiar to my ears. You know, currently in South Africa, there's a discourse of the changing requirements of the Employment Equity Act. As a matter of fact, this Thursday, I have a special council meeting of the university to formulate our final employment equity plan in response to the new employment equity targets or requirements by government and by extension for the sector, the entire higher education sector. So I had a very good discussion for the pre-meeting last week with my HR executive. And it became very clear that in the middle management of the institution, now middle management is just a designation or a category by the act itself. But that refers to anyone below deputy dean, let's say. Directors, senior academics there, associate professors and so on. We are chronically off target by 16% from the sectoral. Everything else we're doing very well. In fact, we're all green until we get there. There we're off by full 16%. We can't match that. We can't get to that target by 2030, which is what the requirements, the regulations are telling us now. So I'm quite keen to hear from you given the reality that you have about the Hispanic population, here we're talking about black, you mentioned black, rural, and women. How do you ensure, how do you deploy certain strategies to bridge that gap? In particular on the side of academics, because you want to develop a critical mass of skills for women, for blacks, for coloreds, for Indian, people of Indian descent, to ascend to that level of that category of employment. Senior lecturers, associate professors, so on. It would be interesting to hear how the Hispanic problem is being addressed in your San Francisco situation, University of San Francisco State, right? Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, I think let me allow the responses. Oh yes, we missed that hand, sorry.
My name is Joyce Lamini from the Faculty of Education. I've got a question and a comment on, as a researcher, together with my colleagues, we have done quite tremendous research on the discipline in schools, in institutions. And we have noticed that discipline in schools is getting out of hand. And there's a lot of research that we have conducted. But then the question is, how do we get the Department of Education to implement the recommendations that we have come up with as researchers in order to remedy the situation, the rampant learner discipline in schools, which is destroying our schools in our country? Thank you.
Madam, is that to Prof. Nkuna? The question, is it for Professor Nkuna?
Yes, Nkuna, and yeah, and Dr. Peggy, because she spoke of translation of research into reality.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, I think let's take this first round, and then I'm going to start with Prof here then in the next round. Prof. Nkuna?
Oh, let me quickly just.
There you go. It's on now.
Okay, you can hear me. Okay, now just a quick thing. I think two research approaches can assist in dealing with what we are talking about. One is action research. I'm not sure about how in academia, the methodology of action research, where a researcher is not a passive outsider, but enters the fray and be part of the research process. So action research is there for that. The other established methodology is ethnography, which allow that immersion, where you get immersed into a particular cultural setup in order to understand what is happening from a behavioral point of view. I know that all of us are saying that we must not copy what exists, we must come up with new. A review does not necessarily mean changing. Review may mean strengthening what you already have. So I would propose, without going on and on, that maybe as a foundation of us understanding what's going on, because the municipalities consult, for example, when they develop the IDPs, the integrated development plans, they have community meetings that can allow researchers to be part of, so that researchers don't always see themselves as outsiders, preferring this approach of wanting to interview people. Because practically all of us who do qualitative research only want to go and sit with a person one-on-one for 30 minutes and ask questions and say this is research. And I think what is coming out of this conversation is that how can we strengthen action research and ethnographic research to deal with the questions that are coming up. Lastly, on the education matter, is a concern of all of us, but I think it's a reflective of the societal structure that we have adopted in the form of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa at two levels. One, the constitution is clear that you cannot, for example, punish children like used to be the case in the past. But that takes place also in the context of social kind of decay, where there is no one who is really in charge of what is actually happening in society. So we'll have to look at it. On one side is the constitutional imperative that deals with discipline in a particular way, but there is another constitutional dimension around the economy, that the economy must grow and all those kind of things. And if we don't resolve such issues, then we have some internal tension within the constitutional construct of what needs to be done. And I think this is one area of research. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I assume, Liberty, your questions were directed largely to Prof. Boateng. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for those questions. Sometimes I like to bring out some of the issues that we need to think about aloud as Africans. And I always say South Africa is doing very well, but South Africa is part of the globe, part of the continent. And a lot of the research we do, I mean, South Africa has excellent research and innovation. But Africa will be better if we share those research and innovation. There are also other researchers in other parts of the African continent which can influence, other countries. So what we need to do is to leapfrog, learn from each other. I keep saying that the Africa Agenda 2063, having come from UNESCO, we developed the SDGs. And the SDGs, there are 17 of them. Maybe a bit of, going back on the SDG. And in the middle of it is Goal 9. And Goal 9 is science and innovation. And it was there, we put it there specifically because it can drive all the SDGs. But we haven't taken advantage of that. And African Union, we had the African Union Agenda 2063, even before the SDGs. The unfinished business of SDGs, if you look at the SDGs from 1 to 7, is the unfinished. The rest of it is it. So Goal 1 is reduction of poverty, and Goal 9 is partnerships. But we haven't put that together. And how do we make it very relevant to Africa? There's so many issues in Africa, and that's why I'm saying, for example, maybe go online and look at the Arise Fellows. We have 47 of them in 38 countries, and they're doing exactly what we're doing. Early career. I heard somebody say, what about the continuing career, continuing researchers? The second phase is that, yes, we don't want to leave anybody behind. We also want experienced researchers to help transform the young ones. So the new Arise 2, which is another 25 million, is to be able to help younger. You mentor, the older ones you mentor, and you learn from each other. But you must solve Africa's problem. Not only global, we need to solve African problems. We are the scientists, we are the policymakers, we are the funding. For example, recently, a month ago, 4 countries came together that Africa must be funded by Africa. And maybe in a way the geopolitics of America, Trump says, they're reducing funding. It is a wake-up call for African countries to fund their own research. And we've got 4 countries that have come together. We have Ghana, we have Kenya, we have Egypt, we have South Africa. Come together and said, let's be champions so that we can fund the research in Africa. I think this is the way to go. So let's work together as Africa. 54 countries, huge, huge potential. And we have one of the biggest, resources, human capital, and also have minerals. but we haven't turned those into products that would drive the African continent. So I'm calling on all of us, researchers, lecturers, university leaders, even donor funders, fund what Africa needs, not what the world requires our data for. And it behoves on us and university to ensure that we do for Africa, by Africa, solving Africa's problems. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm not satisfied, Prof, because I think Dr. Liberty's question also was that where we have funding for STEM and you have health and say climate change that is funding for STEM disciplines, what do we do as humanities and social sciences?
Good.
Just in a minute.
Sorry, I didn't, I was, what was it again?
So if we have a lot of money funding for STEM disciplines, science, engineering, and technology funding, so where do we come in as social sciences to actually tap into that?
We need to work together. The African Academy of Sciences, that means the natural and the social sciences. And that's why I say there are three, of it. We have policy, community, and science. And community is people. This is social science. And often we have developed things without the social science. Please, social science, wake up. Wake up. Work with the scientists. We cannot have science. Science is for people. We cannot have science without the social scientists. But you need to work together. We need to sit at the table, design the research. Because a lot of the research we design, and that's why we haven't leapfrog, is that we isolate society. So the social scientists should also be able to come and work with us. And I always say this, sorry, I get a bit passionate. You see, in Africa, and I have worked across Africa, and I'll say about SADC, there's a good example in West Africa. In West Africa, we have what they call West Africa Examination Council. And science, both social and natural sciences, is compulsory. I came to SADC. Science is not compulsory. Zimbabwe has its own, curricula. South Africa has its own curricula. Namibia, Malawi, they all have their curricula. And you cannot leapfrog. In West Africa, I did the same exams as Nigeria. I did the same exams as Sierra Leone. I did the same exam as Zambia. So coming together, and you have to learn both science and the social sciences. So you don't do it in isolation. So please, it's go beyond just the science. And I think education system, somebody was talking about education. The education has to be complete, holistic education, not just siloed. So again, coming to engineering, there are very few people in engineering. Why is it so? Because we don't teach the mathematics well. I worked in SADC. Many students don't even do mathematics. It's an elective. Maybe now it has changed. In West Africa, it's not an elective. It has. It has changed.
It's worse than what you know.
Okay, all right.
We've
So
got what we call math literacy.
okay, so that's good. But what I'm saying is that mathematics is core. We are talking about AI. We are not doing mathematics. We are talking about engineering. We are not. That's critical thinking. We need to do that. The curricular education has to change. And we have to teach science with a passion. We need to teach science with a passion. Everybody has to do science. And that is the only way to live from. That's why the Chinese are there. Africa, please, we must not be left behind. Thank you.
That is a 40-year passion for you. Prof. Kenny,
you've got a few questions, and our VC wants
Yes.
numbers, statistics. Otherwise, you will not be liberated.
Yes, no, I'd like to thank Professor Bismarck for his question. I think it's a really excellent one. From the position of an institution that's dealing with inequalities, in this case, in terms of middle management, I would, as a social science professor, I would recommend empirical social science research on it to see where the bottlenecks are in research advancement, to talk to people from underrepresented groups who have advanced all the way up, and also to people who have dropped out, to find out what the challenges that they face are, and to create institutional change based on that kind of empirical study. In terms of my own context, I often like to think of of what my own sphere of agency is, what kind of change can I catalyze from my own position. And so as a department chair at San Francisco State University, knowing the inequalities and the lack of representation in the faculty, it doesn't reflect the students. The two types of things that I've done in my department to forward student success and advancement in research careers is, on the one hand, a focus on hands-on advising and mentorship. A lot of students who are first-generation university students aren't familiar with how universities work and how to navigate them and how to advance. So I really like all of our students to have as much one-on-one contact with faculty, where we explain what it takes to succeed in their classes, where we learn about their lives and we suggest ways that they can make their education work for them. The other thing that I've been trying to address, which is based on statistics we have in our university system, the California State University system, we know that a lot of our students experience food insecurity and housing insecurity. And you can't advance in education and research if you're hungry all of the time. So I've really focused on basic needs. So for example, we have a food pantry in our department where students can just take food if they're hungry. There's no rules to access it. Or we also have menstrual products that students can take from our resource room. And when we get money from donors, we don't put it into scholarships, but we put it into emergency funds. So if students have a financial emergency, they can apply to us in order to get a small amount of money that could address that emergency, like something like a medical bill. And so I think figuring out what those barriers are and then trying whatever our sphere of influence and whoever we're working with, in my case, it's mostly undergrads and master students, but you might be working with PhD students or postdocs or early career researchers, and to figure out what are the barriers and what in my limited agency am I able to address. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. So, yes. Colleagues, we are out of time, but I want to ask Prof. Dutoy a question, and there are two last hands that I'm going to take, at least one question each, and then we get the answers, and then we are done. Prof, the issue I raised on my reflections was the question about the inherent corrupt aspect of human beings, and that we need spiritual guidance. You want to elaborate a little bit more on that, because I think you didn't have time.
1, 2, 3. Yes, there you are. Thank you very much. Yes, as I've said, the perspective, that's a Pauline perspective. So from the Pauline letters, his view is that people are inherently corrupt. And I'm well aware that you have there are very many perspectives in a diverse society. There are many religions, and all would not necessarily see it in that way. So that's Pauline perspective. So I will not necessarily push that point. I think the more important point that I try to make the bigger point is that some problems might be on a spiritual level. In other words, being in a country where we are predominantly Christian, we also have a lot of contact with the local pastors here. We have pastors' conferences, for example, and we engage with the local pastors. And I think in order to address some problems, that could be an important communication avenue, as well as to work with the local community in order to bring about spiritual transformation that also coheres with social transformation. So basically the point I was trying to make is there's a correlation between the social reality, also in terms of identity, as well as the spiritual dimension. Because I think the African spirituality, it's a very important, it's almost like an elephant in the room. Africans are spiritual people, and I don't think we can ignore that even in research. So that was the bigger point I was trying to make.
Thank you, colleagues. I saw Prof. Emilio's hand, and there was one more hand there, and these are the last. Prof. Emilio is here. Yes, you can go ahead there.
I am Ukotsi from the student of University of the Northwest. And my question stands like this. Under the School of Social Sciences, we have population studies, we have historical studies, we have development studies, we have sociological studies. These studies that I just mentioned here are very pivotal in understanding like the challenges that the society faces each day. And I would like to believe that research done by the scholars from these schools, from this discipline, can be very important and vital in understanding the challenges to social cohesion, equality, and every other challenge that South Africa at least is facing right now. So I would like to ask, how do we incorporate research done by researchers from these challenges? How do we incorporate it into everyday policies that affect us, and how do we actually make sure that we cement sustainable cities and communities? How do we ensure that we cement transformative communities through this SDG 11 states? Yeah, thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Kotsi. Is that referred? It's a question
Yeah,
for...
that's the question for the entire panel, most especially for...
No, you can't ask the entire panel.
Yeah, most
you
entirely...
want to keep us here?
Yes, most entirely for...
for Prof. Boateng, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You are hijacking my platform now. Prof. Emilio?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm learning a lot here. First question is to Dr. Peggy. Apologies, Dr. Peggy, but I need to learn from you. I would like to know how much money comes from the African governments or AU funding agendas 2063 and the excess. The reason I'm asking this is because we may have developed a document, but if we don't fund it, we don't own it. We dance everybody else's music, and this is a problem we have. So please, some figures would be informative to me, because the other question goes to Dr. Nkuna or Professor Nkuna. And this, I would like to hear your points, because we tested this empirically, and
to know if South Africa could also, if this would work here. Now, in dealing with local government and also balancing political and economic objectives, we found, and this might be true here also, that the third objective, other than the political and economic, the third objective, maybe the main one, is that local leaders want to perpetuate power, of course, stay in power. And so what we try to do then is to try to feed a little bit of this third objective and get some benefit from the other two, especially from the economic objective. So the research center that we developed there was able to engage the government in two ways. First is to identify the short asks from the government, because governments, if you don't respond to their pressing needs, shorting needs, they won't listen to your great research, period. So that's the one venue we followed. And then the second venue was embedded in these short asks. The government wants answers now, but we can't do research like that. So we embedded the long-term research agenda on these short-term asks. So I wonder if this is something that can be also done here to help balance the economic outcome that you're getting versus the political outcome. Because I understand the political outcome will also always be stronger because of the source of funding that comes from the top, also from the government. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, you've got 1 minute each. My boss is here already, so I'm in trouble.
Thank you very much. And I think that's where we are. Many African governments don't fund, the AU, and it's all donor funded. So they prescribe the agenda. It is time now for Africa to fund, its own Africa. And you say long term, yes, a lot of our research is our touch and go. We need to have long term research funding. And that's why, the politicians are here. We need to have that 1% GDP that we said we want. We still don't have it. Only have a few countries who are doing that. So please, we are all part of the government. So let's make sure that we have the 1% that you promised many years ago. Because if we don't invest in Africa, others will come and determine the agenda. But that is not the Africa we want. Thank you.
Okay, you see, the problem with this one is that even when you say pay, they go and fundraise and pay. So it may look like it's the government that is paying, but someone somewhere has given their money to that. So it's even more complicated. But what we saw in the G20 Development Working Group was that aid is dead, and trade is facing all sorts of challenges. And the key issue now is mobilizing domestic finance. We don't have a choice out of that. I will agree with this approach. And Dambisa Moyo, in The Age of Chaos, deals with this issue of short-termism, that politicians want to survive. So I was saying to colleagues, we're asking questions on local government. One councillor will tell you that it's now 5 years, you have not done any project in my area. So you can distort the whole planning process because you have to incentivize everyone who is there. So it will have to be a multiplicity of interventions. Fair enough, you need to incentivize this councillor who for 5 years in his ward has not had a project and want to be re-elected. But also, in so doing, you may cut the little budget into very small pieces to an extent that everything that you do does not deliver any outcome except the preservation for the electability of the councillors. So those are the things that we'll have to grapple with together. There are many things at play in that construct. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I think let's give a round of applause to the panel. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Dr. Met Moyo and Nolutando, I'm told you are going to facilitate the handing over of tokens of appreciation. May I, as you ascend the stage, call the previous panelists? Is that me or something, somebody? Okay. Yeah? Previous panelists, please, yes, all those. Unfortunately, those online can't be here, but there will be a process to make sure you receive your tokens. Shall we do that, Prof. Moyo Nolitando? Please, let's do that. I don't know what you have, so.
Good afternoon, colleagues. These are just little thank you gifts from Northwest University, just as a little token of saying thank you from the university. Yeah, thank you. So who's the first?
Okay, we start here. Please, Prof. Kenny, let's go. I see now people have forgotten who's who, and yeah, Prof. Nkuna, please. Yes. Yeah, let's go like in that order, please. Or you want me to? I'm trying to not call everyone's name now. Yeah, I'm trying to be efficient. Yes. And whilst they take they receive their gifts, postgraduate and early career researchers, you are reminded to be here at 2 o'clock for the Embassy Engagement Forum, which is going to focus on unlocking global research and postgraduate funding opportunities. It will assist you in how to access research and postgraduate funding opportunity funding. Yeah. Please be here to interact with the members of the diplomatic corps. So after you are done, please be here to take a group photo of all the panelists. Prof. Mudise, how do you not come forward, please? Prof. Mudise? And yes. Can I have a roving mic, please? Yes, please. Let's do it like we. Yes. Our principals, Prof. Bismarck, Prof. Jeff, please. You need to appear in the photo as evidence. Research evidence. Yeah? This particular equipment may be a problem, right? So, yeah, please, let's move it. And the lunch arrangements, those from these rows to that, I'm asked to request you to go that route. And those on reserved rows, you must remain where you are. Those on the other rows, there is a place for you, special place for you that side. To your left, to your right. Okay, thank you very much indeed. We appreciate your contributions to the panel discussions. Very enlightening. Key questions asked. Shall we clear the stage as a brief, please? Asante, asante, so on, asante. Please, let's clear the stage. We are now at the tail end of our program. Do we still have that poem? Quickly, please, let's do it so we can close. Okay, let's go.
Yeah. The first poem, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Bokamo, so I'm the future. Others, they call me a published author, a writer, a poet. Those are my names. I have many names, but today I'm here to talk with the one person. Baba ntsi ba mpitsa go bona mikapare, mara gompieno it's not about me. It's about Mosadi. It's about Mosadi. Bare kore ga ke je ke papalela tsetse ke mafoko a Mosadi. It's about Mosadi. Wena o montle kgosigadi wa galalela ga galaletsa mabontle ke bua ka Mosadi. Mosadi o tla ba mang. Today is not about me, it's about Mosadi. Mosadi ke ma, Mosadi le tla ba mang, Mosadi le bo mang, Mosadi tla ba bo mang. Basadi le bo mang. Africa, re batla go itse ka basadi. We want to know more about women. Who are you? Le tswa kae la kae? Ke re basadi le bo mang. Nna re ke moseka phofu wa ga bo gang ke swa lentswe. Lona basadi le bo mang ba re le bokore ga le le bapalela tsetse. Ba bola tlhware banna ba tshabile ka re basadi le bo mang. Where you come from a place where there is a darkness, but in darkness you become light. Basadi, kalona re tla tshepa, kalona re tla ga bokamoso e tla nna bokamoso, kamoso. Basadi le boma, basadi tla ba boma, Africa le tla ba ba tele dipele la tela setšhaba. Basadi, who you are. The nation want to know about your stories and written story of the spoken words. Basadi le boma. Le tswa kae, la kae. Kana setšhaba se batla go itse go le gontsi ka lona. We want to know your stories, your untold stories about your future, where you come from. You come from a place no one never want to be. A place of many struggles and poverty, many struggles and anxiety, struggles basadi le bomang. Nna ke gopona mikapare ke moseka phofu wa ga bo gantsi ke swa lentswe. Nna ke re ha tsela kgopo e le thata e sa latse nageng lona le bomang. Le tla dula ntse le boma basadi le bantle le dikgosigadi gadi basadi le dikgosi. Ka re basadi le dikgosigadi basadi ba boma montle le bantle. You are beautiful, you are special, you are intelligent. Without you cannot be who am I. Cannot be having this poet here because of my mother Motsadi me Motsadi. Ki bua ka ene moeteledipele wa setšhaba ka ntle ga lona. We couldn't have been here because you are the woman of this nation. You are the protector of our child. Basadi le boma. Basadi le tla ba boma, basadi ke re la ntse tsela kgopesela tse nageng lona le tla ba boma gonne ena e thata ke kgangkgolo e tlotlo ke motlotlo e tlotlo ke thabo le thabang basadi le boma. Nna ka re ke gopane mikapare moseka phofu wa gabo ga swelentswe lona ga tele bokore ga letse lona ba bola tlhware banna ba e tshabile lona le bantle la galadiwa le dikgosi gadi le bantle. You are beautiful. In your dimension, in your body, in your skin color, everything you are beautiful. You are beautiful. They never told these words, but you are beautiful. You are halalela. The way you are because you are. Umontle wa halalela. Na ke moseka phofu wa gabo ga nke ke swalentswe. Ke a tshepa gore gompone wena o le mosadi ka se o swelentswe gonne ke a itse go thata. Sometimes you feel like you're losing yourself, but deep down, never lose yourself. Because they never told that you're beautiful, but you are beautiful. mosadi o mang nna ke kgopana mekapara ke dule thank you bagolo.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We are now at the end of our program. I take this opportunity to thank people who have made it possible. Let me start with Prof. Jeffrey Mpatlele, the DVC, for welcoming us. Shall we sit down a bit, those who can, please, so we can end? I see there is a queue already. And I'm going to make an announcement that food is delayed until tomorrow. Right? Okay, so thank also the Principal and Vice Chancellor, Prof. Bismarck Tobeka, for the keynote address. We are very grateful and thankful for the people who facilitated the panels, Prof. David Mudise for panel 1, Transdisciplinary Research, Building Sustainable Futures, and of course the panelists, Dr. Rita Mata, Prof. Emilio Tosao, Prof. Miriam Igo Esgite, Prof. Kenim Nisi, Prof. Vincent Mavurarira, and others. And of course, panel 2, Transformative Research, Building Sustainable Futures, Prof. Kidiboni Pago Reaulebo Amrenag. Prof. Robert Nkuna, thank you very much, and also taking all the flack for the entire AU ministry, delegation, and everyone else. Thank you very much. We are also thankful of Prof. Philip Dutoy and the rest of the panelists. Thank you very much. Remember the 2 o'clock session dealing with embassy exhibitions and so on, embassy engagement forum, and unlocking opportunities for funding. Thank you very much. Remember, tomorrow there is the Y20 event. It is on campus. Don't come here for that. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your lunch. Much appreciated. Thank you.